Right, good afternoon everybody. That's a bit of an image. Let's see if we can fix that. How are we all? Johnny Hand's good? I'm good, Johnny Hand. Good to see you, my friend. As usual, technical difficulties incoming, but we'll crack on. We'll see how we get on. God knows if anything's working. Let's have a little look on the old phone. At the minute, absolutely sod all. What microphone is working? I don't know anything anymore. But yeah, hello, welcome everybody. And we are, there we are, we're live. We are somewhat live. Oh, what a palaver. Right, we're ready for the anthems. I had a bit more for you this afternoon, but it's all gone wrong. So let me know if you can hear me okay. Let's have a little check over here on the old headphones. Just while those anthems are ringing out. Hear what you can hear, what I can hear. That's all good, isn't it? Johnny Hand on the beers already. Good to see. Good to see. Got the national anthem of France. Here we are. Let's see then. So I just want to check if my voice is coming through. Yeah, I'm coming through the phone. Marvellous. Hello everybody. Right, so we know where we are. We know what we're doing now. Ready for some rugby? Are you ready for some rugby? I am. It feels like ages ago that we had some international rugby, but I suppose it was only yes. Yeah, it was only December, wasn't it? It's only 6 weeks ago that we had some rugby. But here we go. Anyway, what have you all been up to? Love a trumpet, don't they? George Hand sending me a video. What's George Hand saying? George Hand probably telling me that I've frozen on some mugshot. Do you know what? I did a beautiful test of my stream midweek and it went fantastic. Oh, George Hand, I'm loving that you're throwing the support out there. I'm loving that. The big V8 show, how you doing? It has been a while. It has been a while. Technical issues as always, but I think we're thereabouts. I changed over to OBS instead of Streamlabs, and I thought, oh, this is going to be so easy, and it was until I started messing with settings, and now it's a mess. But never mind. It is what it is. We move. We move. How have you been anyway? You good? Happy belated New Year. Indeed, happy belated New Year. Anyway, we're ready for some ruggers. We've got 2 games today, so we're going to go straight through. Mummy's got me some new coffee. That's good news. Thank you, darling. Can I have one?
It's coming.
It's coming. Thank you. Look at that. I've got stage hands and everything this year. This Six Nations. We're going to do every game for the Six Nations this year. So hopefully we're going to be good. Anyway, what are our predictions? What are we saying for today's game? I hate it being on ITV. It's way too many adverts. So every 5 minutes we've had an advert break in the build-up so far. And I'm sick of looking at Anthony Joshua. Seems to be the only advert they're going to play for this. Guinness adverts and Under Armour adverts. Never mind. What are our predictions for today? Anyway, drop them in the chat. What are we saying? I'm saying that this is going to be an absolute drubbing for the French. The French are going to absolutely walk it. The Italians will be, what are we saying here? Wondering whether France will keep up this high they're on, or whether they'll peak like Ireland in 2008 and decline after. Maybe. I think the Italians will do well to keep it under 50. I think that's going to be their goal for the day. 124 caps amongst the whole Italian squad today, so... But we've got 30 seconds before we kick off. So we will see. We will see. Matthew Carley. I like Matthew Carley. I think he's a good ref. Decent ref. Don't mind that at all. But yes, are the French going to pick? I don't think they are. I think they're going to remain inconsistent. I think, you know, first half they could be electrifying, go in at half time and have cheese and wine and come out all over the place. But we will see. We will see. I hope they do anyway, especially when they play England. But I'm not biased much. Anyway, we're underway, and Italy playing in white. And what's going on? Oh, so we've got a line out for the Italians. Early doors. And the Italians are going to move the ball. Oh, I don't mind this. I like the way the Italians play, you know. I think they're just like 2% off the rest of the world, or the top flight. I think they play potentially a really exciting brand of rugby, but we will see how this goes. Right, we're going to have a bit of kick tennis. Beautiful weather though in Italy today. Looks like a spring day. Not the first weekend of Six Nations. I don't think we're going to have that for the second game of the day. Ah, you see, there you go. That's the Italians that we love, isn't it? Well, it was always, well, as I always say, exciting rugby equals winning rugby. I won't quibble with that. You're not wrong there. But cagey start. Cagey first couple of minutes. Just sort of feeling each other out. Dupont, he is magnificent, isn't he? What a player. Just a little sloppy in the contact zone though, aren't they? Both sides to begin with, but I'm sure that'll fizzle out and we'll get some quality hits in. So first penalty, just a timing issue, took the man in the air. So penalty only on the Italian 10. And how did we do? So about 10 metres, or about five between 5 and 10 metres outside of the French 22 for the Italian line-out. Oh, and they've gone quick. Gone quick to the front, cheeky from the Italians. I like that. Italians have got some intent today. Oh, could you imagine if the Italians turned over the French again? They are the French's bogey team, aren't they? By the way, considering your previous stream on the Autumn Nations Cup final kick the bucket, what were your thoughts on the game? Well, my thoughts on the game, I thought England were poor. The French were electrifying. And what a shame we weren't able to stream it because the scenes in this household were quite something. We might have got a noise complaint off the neighbour, but yeah, no, cracking tense game. Farrell was rubbish, though, wasn't he? What happened to his boot? It looked like he'd put his boots on the wrong feet. But yeah, all in all, England didn't deserve the win. But in true English fashion, they were able to somehow crawl over the line, which seems to be the way England like to play the game. They don't like to win convincingly. They like to just about do the job. French then gone wide, and look at all these missed tackles. Another miss and another. Oh, there we go. We finally brought him down. Yeah. I was surprised, but I think they just trust that Farrell will come good eventually, and it just didn't happen that day. Well, I suppose he did come good eventually, but it took him 120 minutes to do it, which is not what we want to see. But the French have just turned the gas on a little bit, just to have a little feel, and try time. The first of probably many for the afternoon. The flogging begins. Do you know what I mean? Like I said earlier, I think the Italians are going to do well to keep this under 50. They are. I mean, look at the tackle heights. You know, you're never going to bring a man down chest on chest like that in Northern Hemisphere rugby. And the kick's good, so 7-0, 6 minutes in. Tell you what though, that's a hell of a reach. I wonder how the Italians cope from a morale point of view, winning the wooden spoon almost every year. Do you know what? I think they're one of those teams. Oh, thank you. They're one of those teams that just sort of know their standing. You know, they know that they are way too good to be in Tier 2 rugby, but at the minute they're not good enough to be in Tier 1. So I suppose from a morale point of view, international rugby just must not be fun for them, knowing that they're going to be the flogging boys. But they get plenty of opportunities, you know. They when they play. What are you doing? When they play. Sorry, my daughter doesn't want to be in the. You're not going to be seen, darling.
Trying to do a quick and quiet.
My daughter doesn't want to be in the shot, so she's crawling along behind me, so she can't be seen. Yeah, no, I think you know, they get their opportunities against teams like Georgia, so I suppose it's not a fun day out for them when they've got to play Tier 1 nations, but when they play Tier 2 and 3 nations, it's it's a good opportunity for them to show their skills. And let's be fair, over the years they've had their opportunities against France, but France kicked long, and the Italians just running the clock down a little bit, get their breath back, get their organisation again, and ready for a 22. Well, their paychecks must be good enough that they're happy to have enough wooden spoons to stock a kitchenware store. Wow. Looking at the state of, is it Tom X boots? I don't think so. They look like they're falling apart. But again, requiring second and third tackles from the Italians to bring the man to ground is just not good enough at this level. But we're coming back for a penalty for France. Off feet. Off feet first, and then he tried to compete for the ball. So, and the French going for 3 points. Not sure about that. Ewan, what we saying, Ewan? How you doing? Welcome in. Ewan trading FIFA for a bit of rugby. How are you, mate? So, Jalibert with the nudge. And the kick is good. The kick is very good. Don't know much about rugby, but here we are. Bang it on the telly, mate. Learn something new. Every day's a school day, brother. We're live alongside ITV. So we're back underway, and it's a monstrous boot from the French to clear their lines and march the Italians pretty much back to their own 10 line. Anybody doing Fantasy League? I've done mine on the Guinness Fantasy League. It's a beautiful drop of coffee today. So the Italians hold the advantage as we get back underway from the line out. Not sure what for. I think it was offside. But a cheeky little chip, and the referee brings play back. Oh, clearing beyond the breakdown. Okay. What we got there? 10-0 to France. Wow. Yeah, it doesn't work like football. You're in... I thought you were talking about FPL for a second. FPL? Yeah, the French have had a try and a penalty. So, 7 for the try with the conversion. And 3 for the penalty. Oh, Fantasy Premier League. Haha. No, Six Nations Premier League. Fantasy. Six Nations Fantasy. On the old Guinness Fantasy Six Nations. It's 5 for a try, 2 for a conversion, 3 for a penalty, Ewan. We'll get you up to date, mate. Knock on in the tackle, so pressure on Italy, but looks like they've got the advantage. I think. Yeah, still knock on advantage. and they lose their advantage, and we move. A little bit of injection of pace from the Italians, but just TMO. Tom Treacle. Hello, Treacle. Why is it not a scrum instead? So the line out is basically bringing the ball back in play when it's off the pitch. It's like a throw-in. But obviously both teams are allowed to compete for it. And in this case, we've got the turnover. So the French have got the ball back. Why not a scrum instead? Because scrums are so boring. Scrums are so boring. We don't need more scrums in the game. We need less scrums in the game. Let's have some more open play. Best half-back pairings in the world right now. Ntamack and Dupont. Dupont is clearly the best scrum half in the world. There's no arguing that. Ntamack's pretty good. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more of Dupont with other 10s. I think he makes some 10s look good. You're loving... Oh, what you got there? Mulan, lovely. So yeah, I think potentially, but I think Dupont probably makes Ntamack look a little bit better than he is. Who are my favourites for the Six Nations? Do you know what? I really like England for the Six Nations, but I'm a bit biased. So I was a bit sad the other day, and I did some calculations, and I took the average score of the last 5 games of all the matchups to see what the mean average would be of the last 5 years and where teams would fall. And England fell on top, followed by the French. So I think either France or England, I would probably, if I was putting a fiver on it, I'd probably go France. My only concern is their inconsistency, but probably the French. I don't see England winning back-to-back Six Nations, if I'm being perfectly honest, but I'd love to see it. I'd love to see a Grand Slam as well. The Welsh are deep in a transition period of coaches, and they're just absolute poo at the minute. The Irish are still trying to figure out who they are as well. The Italians are just the whipping boys. Scotland, or as they're formerly known, South Africa B. I don't see them doing much. They just need a little bit more depth in their squad. The French are electrifying, and the English are they're consistent at the minute. Let's do 5 on France. Let's do it then. 5 on France. Go for it, mate. Go for it. I'd want to see how Ireland and Wales build upon their previous year before I make a punt. Yeah, same. I want to see what their training camps have been like. But if the Scotland can field an entire 15 with their foreign contingent. Do you know what? I'm really excited to see how Cameron Redpath gets on. I met him when he was playing for England. England under 21s. Under 20s, and he's a nice bloke, but he's a quality player as well, quality 12. So I'll be interested to see how he gets on. At least this streamer has a better hairline than TK. That's not hard though, is it? That's not hard to have a better hairline than TK. But thank you. I like that you think I'm pretty. And the Italians are on the board. There we go. That being said, the Wales have a lot of foreign-born players too. They do indeed. And so do England. So does everybody these days. If you don't fancy your chances at at the nation you want to play at, say New Zealand, then you know you are naturally going to take the opportunity if you've got a great grandma from Pontypridd. And I don't blame players for doing it, but I think the rules have got to be better. They've got to tighten these rules up. It can't be, oh, you've got a granny from Pontypridd, so you can get into the Wales side. Or you once visited Edinburgh Castle and you got a gift certificate. It's not good enough. There's too much fluidity between them. Is it only Billy? I thought there were one or two South African born. So technically I could play Australia then. Why, have you got some outback granny? If you've got an outback granny, yeah. And the French, another overkick into the dead ball zone, and we'll have another Italian 22 dropout. Wales have a lot of English-born players with Welsh parents or grandparents. Yeah. Do you know what? As an amateur rugby coach, the amount of players' CVs that fall on my desk looking for a paid position. Yeah, outback granny. It's all about that outback granny. Oh dear, French, sloppy French parents. So yeah, the amount of CVs that fall on my desk saying I've played Wales under 12s or whatever. But yeah, that's that. My mate 2 Cents Rugby did a video breaking down the numbers of foreign players in the Six Nations this year. Oh, I will have a little look at that. 2 Cents Rugby, write that down. Where's my pen gone? I had a pen. Pencil, that'll do. 2 Cents Rugby. A pen and paper on hand. Do you know what I mean? Quite an interesting look, actually. But here we go. Italy putting in the hard yards now. Oh, that's a lovely little cut back inside. Ah, but there you go. There's that 1% being behind, 5 metres out, and you absolutely bleach it into him. There's no chance he was going to catch that. Sympathy. Gotta have sympathy with your passes. Yeah, beautiful ball back inside though. He's tried to pull out of it, hasn't he? Hit his arm. What are we thinking, Six Nations folks? What are we thinking? Are we BBC people? Do we want BBC coverage, or do we want more ITV coverage? I'm not going to lie, I'm not a fan of the ITV coverage. I'm a BBC boy. No, ITV's not subscription. It's terrestrial, but the BBC we pay a license fee for. I missed that. Yeah, number. Loose heads collapsed that. Are we BBC people, huh? I like a bit of BBC. I know where you're going with that. I see you. But I'll take either. I'm not fussy these days. I was 45 seconds behind, La Fama. There we go. Here we go. The Italians' discipline starting to fall apart now, as expected. So that we can try and pick up a couple of viewers. Oh, that's a beautiful chip, and easy pickings for the French. Try number 2, 15-3 at the 3-15 at the moment. Those dead ball zones are huge, aren't they? There we go. Get Anton Dupont in your fantasy team, boys, because he's racking up points today. Defense, just watching this try back, it's poor defense. There's nobody marking him. There's nobody. They're very wide in their defensive setup there. They should be narrow really, but there we go. Try number 2, 17-3. The kick was good, and we're back underway inside the 22. So the French will no doubt kick away, as they do. Huge boot straight down the middle. And the Italians look to run it. But the Italians, man, it's the simple things that they just don't get right. Big old boot from Dupont. Chase down, and he doesn't give it, and you think it's all over, and then a little pop up for the 13 to fly through and score. That is a different gravy, ladies and gentlemen. That, I need a sock. Like, I'm done. That's beautiful. So, keep it under 50, Italy, is what we said. Keep it under 50. With 10 minutes left of the first half, it's 3:24. This is going to be an absolutely... This has been a shambles for Italy so far. The Italian coach clearly had better days. Yeah. Oh, okay. Again, loose passing from Italy. And the French get the line out, and they've taken it quickly. And I'm not sure if it appeared on your broadcast, but the Rugby Pass stream features a good 5 seconds of the Italian coach with his head in his hands. No, it didn't appear on my stream. ITV didn't show that. That's a shame, because that would have been hilarious. Poor bloke. scenes you don't really want to see, but I mean, is it games like this that suggest that we should offer? Oh, hello, Italy. Wow, we write them off at our own peril, don't we? Beautiful little 1-2. Minnie. Little dummy, and again draws his man on the inside shoulder, opens up the space for the win. Yeah, Carl Dixon, the TMO, not loving the work done by Italy there. He's adamant it's forward. That's not the angle to show us it's forward. Yeah, that is. That is a shame. That is a shame. Right off, Savitli at your own peril. Is that what I said? Sorry. My English no good. Nah, I'm rewriting what you said. Is that what I said? Oh, the embarrassment. Me not speak good English. Me not speak good English. But that's 3 times they put too much on the long kick, and this time it's gone all the way out on the full. A modern reinterpretation. Yeah, why not? Right off, at your own peril. David Edgars, but they look like within 2 meters when the ball left. Just having a look at a couple of the replays there. I'm not sure any of that was legal from the French. We had a tackle off the ball. The pass looked forward, but it's straight over the top, and the French Harlem Globetrotter in round the middle, all pinging on Dupont again as they burst into the 22. Nice little miss one. And a penalty for the Italians. Take your time. Get to half time. Given taken out off the ball. Okay. Oh. Yeah. French blocking the French blocking the Italians getting into breakdown there. And time is up, so we would expect the Italians are going to kick clear, but for now they keep their forwards rolling, and there we go. That is that. Half time 3:24. Who saw that coming? Everybody. But there we go. So that's the half time. So yeah. What do we think of the first half? Josh is in. Yes, Sticky. Yes, Josh. Welcome in, brother. How we doing? Just watching a bit of Ruggers. So, right. We're going to take a small break. And when we say a small break, I'm going to get another drink. But do drop us a comment in the chat. What do you think of the first half? What are we saying? Fair result? I think so. I think the French were expected to dominate this, and so far they have done. Right, anyway, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Don't know what happened there, but technical difficulties. We're back. We're back. Yeah, not sure what went wrong, but luckily it's half time, so it don't matter. So yeah, anyway, we're waiting for the second half. There's not a lot to talk about in that first half other than Dupont is amazing. That is a known fact, isn't it? Yeah, let's check out the fantasy teams, shall we? Let's have a look at them while we're waiting. Because the Guinness fantasy team is awesome. Because you get live Williamies, after his names, and I don't. Brex is on 23. Garbs. We're just gonna sit, watch, and wait. We're just gonna sit, watch, and wait. Wow. Say on the subject. Italy are poo. The French are on point. Mainly Dupont. But there you go. Let me know if you're there in the chat, by the way. I can see a couple of watchers. But this stream is not going well in terms of the technical difficulties we keep facing. But we'll battle through. We'll battle through. We always do. We got more adverts. Thank you, ITV. Still here, but struggling with the stream freezing. Does it keep freezing? For fuck's sake. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with this at the minute. I had a perfect test stream midweek, and since then, nothing. I tried to set up a stream, another test stream this morning, and it just went horrendous. Like, expecting some poor customer service person working for your internet provider to be at the receiving end of some verbal abuse after this. Do you know what? I work in customer service for a pharmaceutical company, and I know their pain, so I'm not that guy. But yeah, it's not going to be... we need to have some conversations, because I'm not getting what I'm paying for. So yeah, but I don't think it's. I don't know if it's. Do you know what? I've got quite a bit going on. Let's turn some internet products off. Just bear with me a second. Minnie. Right, hopefully that's going to be a little bit better. Who knows? But yeah. So what were we saying? Yeah, must be that McDonald's Wi-Fi I'm on. That will fix it. Let's put some power in there. Allow. There we go. Maybe, just maybe. But are getting ready to get ready for the second half. Everybody, we have been gifted. We've been gifted some snacks. Do you want to pass them to me? Wow, these are amazing. Have a look at this, everyone. We've got Doritos with Haribo eggs on top of them, and a pick and mix of Doritos and Haribo eggs. Did you have a look at your Wi-Fi speed? If that isn't the problem, it might be a problem with the stream platform. Do you know what? Yeah, I just checked and I was streaming off 4G. So I've just reconnected to the Wi-Fi. So this should be better now. We should be back on form. But anyway, let's have a try of one of 5-year-old Ava's Doritos and Haribo eggs. Mmm.
Put some other things on there too, Daddy.
Yeah, have put some other things on there too. That is so yummy. Hashtag dad life.
Then them on my own.
You made them on your own. I can see you made them on your own.
Without even one help of money.
Without even one help from mummy. Wow. I'm going to leave those there. And I'm going to enjoy those throughout the game. Wow.
Well done, Ava.
Well done, Ava. You're going to have one as well, are you? Yeah, you have one as well. If I've got to have one, you've got to have one. Yes, indeed. Lol, Tom. They're nice on their own, though. Super. Right, anyway, we're back underway. We got some rugby. Hopefully this stream improves. But here we go. So the Italians are they're doing more of the same. It starts very nicely, but we know a mistake is coming. We'll just wait and see when it is. You must really hate your digestive system. I think I just hate my body in general, mate. But Haribo's awesome. Kids and grown-ups love them, so. Oh, beautiful little step. And backwards, says the referee. Brex takes it over the 22. Italians now, for the first, well, not the first time, they've done it a few times. They look dangerous, and poor discipline again from the Italians, crossing, all of that hard work undone. It's woeful, really, isn't it? It is woeful. Haribo, man. Oh, these are dangerous. But anyway, the French clear their lines, and will get the line out just outside the Italians' 10. So the commentators are just saying now that the Italians are just panicking, and I have to concur. They're just throwing the ball wildly. We behaved ourselves for the first game, and we are going to continue to behave ourselves for the first game on the coffee. But we're going to have a little beer later. What's everyone drinking today? What are we on? What are we drinking? I don't know. It's it's got to be about 6 o'clock in the morning for you, isn't it, the big? Here we go. Italians get the penalty and playing the ball on the floor. Sloppy French. Now, 11:21 p.m. Oh, you are burning that midnight oil. You must be on the drink then. What are we having? What are we on? The Italians kick their penalty about 30 metres out. Unfortunately, got nothing worth drinking. Do you know what? I have had many a night like that. Many a night like that. In fact, last week, I couldn't be bothered to go to the shop to go and get some beers. So I just raided the cupboard. I found a bottle of port and some tonic water, and I had port and tonic. Not a great combination, won't lie to you, but we battled through it. Anyone Haribo and Doritos? I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. She's not here anymore. It's a very weird taste. Hello.
I made the egg ones first.
You made egg ones first.
Yeah.
They're the best ones.
Yeah.
I've been burning an entire Saudi Arabia's worth of midnight oil through COVID-19, basically. Good man. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Well, yeah, I was just looking at that replay. I don't think he was supporting his weight, but yes, another penalty from the Italians as The French going to line out just outside the 22 and set up the maul. And the drive is on. And it is moving at a pace. The ball comes clear. Another advantage. Oh God, those Haribo haven't agreed with me. But the French move. Advantage. About 18 yards out. We can tell because there's a football pitch marking on there. But offside from the Italians, and we come back for the penalty. And let's see what the French do here. It'd be interesting to see if they kick the points or if they go to the corner. I'd hope they're going for the corner. They're looking for those bonus points. And this is going to be crucial again this year in the Six Nations. That bonus point really does change the dynamic of the table. And in fairness, that bonus point system really only hurts England. Feel bad saying this, for your decision to stream this match in particular is very charitable assessment of the viewability of this match. Do you know what? I did think, do I just do the big ones? And then I thought, do you know what? I'm going to do them all. Newcastle 1-0 up against Southampton. Well, I mean, Southampton aren't much of a team at the minute, are they? Lost 9-0, but we'll take the 1-0. There's time for us to throw it away yet, though. What are we, 25 minutes into that game? What are we saying? Oh, he's done a fantastic job. You're in Newcastle. I am from... although I don't sound it, I am from Newcastle. I live in Luton, just outside of London. But yes, I am a Newcastle man. I'm a Newcastle football fan. So the Italians got the 22. Fantastic bit of defending there to flick the ball away just in the nick of time. And the French run up to the halfway line. But onto my charitable stream. It's not really charitable. I'm not getting paid anyway. Yeah, no. I wanted to do every game. I wanted to cover every game. I wanted to enjoy the fullness of the Six Nations, and I wanted people to have something to watch along with it, if they choose to. You can take the Geordie out of Newcastle, but you can't take the Newcastle out of the Geordie. Damn right. Damn right. We are a proud people. We love our homeland. The Italians looking a bit tired now, looking a bit ragged as they kick that one away, straight down the middle. No intent, no chase, and the French bring it back with interest. And here we go, try time. Oh, did he drop it? He's given it, but did he drop it? Oh, answers on a postcard. Get the TMO out. But Doolin gets that bonus point try. It's going to... Let's have a look. Here's the replay. I mean, it's a nice chip over the top, but... good Lord. We're never going to see it that angle. What are we saying? No, it's down. It's down. Yeah, replay's good. Replay's fine. Yeah, try fine. 29-3. Difficult. Yeah, it did indeed bounce after it was grounded. So, 29-3. Poor from Italy. No chase off the kick. Their kicking game, they've just kept kicked everything way too deep, way too deep. And the French have been able to return everything with interest. But there we go. As you say, viewability of this game, not the best. But it is the opening game, and who's that? Number 7 just been limped off the pitch. So 31-3. Kick was good. Mama's spaghetti bolognese is going to taste pretty bad after this for the Italians. You're not wrong. I don't think they care, you know. I think they're just happy to have a run around. They're like that Vets team, aren't they? That just like, we're just happy to be here. We're happy that someone's let us out for the weekend. But again, Italy a little bit flat-footed as they take the ball. Oh, that's a we don't mind seeing those sorts of tackles. We don't mind that at all. Nice leveller. But those little fringe offloads are lovely. When they come off for the Italians, they are very good. It's just that final one. Exactly, yeah, there's just no support, and then we end up in this situation where they do all the hard work, and before anything materialises, it's wow. Yeah, there's just no support. There's, you know, we see a moment of magic and then it all peters away in a penalty. But lovely shot from the French second row. It is indeed, you're right. In all fairness, fast offload heavy rugby in this day and age, it's tough to execute well at the top level. And that's why we see that, you know, the likes of Fiji and Tonga, exceptional sides, but so inconsistent, and always seem to lose the ability to finish. But when it works, and when you can do it well, it's almost impossible to defend. And I think that's the attractiveness of it for lots of teams. But Dupont is gone. The floodgates are open. It's over. I mean, it was over 5 minutes in, but it's over. It's over. Dupont with the try, his 8th try for France in 28 games, and that makes the score 3-36. French winger just absolutely circled half the back line, just on a looping run, and just nobody taking the opportunity to tackle him. Got a little bit of a mismatch, and then he's got 3 defenders drawn to him, just sort of jockeying him in. But Dupont, the try scorer, happy days. And the kick's good as well. So 3-38. Rush defences and burly forward packs make it almost impossible to play fast. It depends. It depends, because you can play fast around a rush defence. In fact, sometimes it's better to play fast around a rush defence. You know, draw them in, and then attack the gap. But no, I see what you're saying. You've got to find the right mismatch, and it's not always possible in this day and age. But here we go. Another deep kick-off from the Italians, and the French. The French are on the training ground now.
Right, hang on. What do you want to do?
What are we coming back for? We're coming back for offside.
To play games?
So France will have the penalty
No, I haven't got time.
again. Haven't seen a penalty counter yet. Has anyone got that? I wonder. That would be interesting to see. Let's see if we can get a penalty counter. And as I say that, ITV provide 9 penalties conceded by the Italians, 7 by the French. So actually a little bit more even keeled than I thought on penalties. As the kick does not find touch and the Italians regather on their own 22. And a deep kick into the French 22 starts the kick tennis. French do not find touch again, and the Italians have a little dink. Those kicks much better for in terms of a return for the Italians, because they've got half a chance of getting there and closing him down before he's opened his legs. I look at last year's rugby championship as an example. New Zealand got walloped by the Argentinians in their first game because of the work rate and discipline of the RG forwards. Absolutely. The RG's work rate was amazing. But try time again. Everybody's in on the action now. Jalibert gets rid, and Teddy Thomas goes into the corner. Let's have a look. Oh, so he... Very poor tackle technique from the Italians. Again, another missed 2 tackles. And that was supposed to be the All Blacks A team. Look, take nothing away from Argentina, you know. Their moral compass may be wherever it is, but they're a very, very good side. Probably... I mean, yeah, they're a fringe tier 1 nation. But they're a much higher fringe tier 1 nation than Italy. And we talk about percentages all the time. If you say New Zealand play on 98%, and most of the top flight tier 1 nations do play on or around 98%, the RGs are only 2 or 3% off the pace, whereas the Italians are more like 5 or 6% off the pace. And that's the difference. That's the difference between being a World Cup winning side and a difficult team to watch on a stream. But the substitutes are coming. Italians are going to make 3 changes as they kick off again. 3:45 is the score, not the time. And another deep kick into the 22, but we've got the knock-on advantage, and Italians come away with the ball and creep into the 22 as advantage gets called over. But again, no support running. Maul is called and held up, and the French fall all over it, and the referee doesn't take long to call held in. Commentators have just said that we're starting to see fatigue in the Italian side. No, we've been seeing fatigue in the Italian side since the 23rd minute. They've looked on their feet. Amazing. See you in a bit, love you. Right, so that is the end of Dupont's days. He comes off with a beautiful shiner on his cheekbone. Yeah. Dupont just... Christ, it's a marathon to get off the pitch at that stadium in Rome, isn't it? So... 1 try, and how many how many assists from Dupont today? He's quality, isn't he? Being more familiar with Southern Hemisphere rugby in New Zealand in particular, there is an aversion to playing slow defensive rugby, which I think will be a bane for them in the coming years. I think so. Northern Hemisphere. Well, I say that, but then you look at history, and you go, well, how many Northern Hemisphere sides have won a World Cup? Is it just England? I think it's just England. So, you know, is the aversion actually Northern Hemisphere rugby is slow and more physical and more boring to watch? But is it also less effective? And that is going to be the question. And I think possibly Northern Hemisphere rugby needs to keep up. Playing devil's advocate, South Africa, who have become a very physical, hard-hitting team and dominating sides physically, could be the answer to the future of what rugby looks like. As I chomp on some more Haribo. 20 minutes left of this, what is now an absolute dead rubber. And the changes are being rung. And the Italians get the turnover at the line out. And one or two of these subs, you would say, have got something to prove, because they've hit that gain line ferociously. But again, low numbers in support, and it just takes too long for that ball to come free. Just not getting enough clean ball quick enough. And it just allows the friend... Oh. Wow. I can't keep saying it. I just can't keep saying it. Sloppy play. Here we go. So what have we got? Match stats. Carries, France 66, Italy 110. Gain line success, 7 for the French, 5 for the Italians. Meters made after contact, 95 to the French, 81 to the Italians. Line breaks, 7 versus 5. Tries scored from a line break, 3 versus 0. They just... the Italians just they have 4 or 5 phases of beautiful rugby, and then they just panic. They're a victim of their own demise, you know. The Italian coach. There we go. We've got some of the Italian coach with his head in his hands. Not a happy boy, and I don't blame him. Because how do you fix confidence? And that must be what it is, because the ability's there. But how do you fix confidence? And maybe there's an argument that we need a promotion relegation battle for the Six Nations. But a penalty for the French. They've gone quickly behind the referee's back, so shouldn't have let that go, but he has. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And the French bench now have also got... It would appear that we're going to have a something to prove final 20 minutes of the game. The Italians tried to come off the bench with some intent, and as have the French bench unloaded with intent and continue their hard running lines. But ball's out, and we got the turnover for the Italians. Floated over the top. Not held. And again, sloppy, slow ball. Yeah, Absolutely, well, they are in that. You're right. They're in that purgatory zone of being too good for tier 2 and not good enough for tier 1. Oh, there we go. Italian try. That was beautiful. High lofted chip over his head. He nearly overrun the kick, and the Italians are on the board 64 minutes in. Let's have another look at that, because I didn't really see that. I just saw it coming down. Well, that's not it. Here we go. Here it is. Oh, it was his own kick. It was his own kick. Beautiful, beautiful little chip over the top. So the Italians might keep this to below 50. We said it at the beginning of the stream, didn't we? Can they keep it below 50? They might do. They might do. It's unlikely, but they might do. Could you imagine if they got back into this? So here we go. 8:45. I mean, pictures froze. Did it go over? I don't know. I don't know. I need my charger. I know that much. It went over. It went over. We're good. Right. So, back to the Italians being in this purgatory zone. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But what it will do for them is give them that confidence lift that when they drop down to tier 2 games, that they're going to be able to compete. As the French get another penalty. Well, that's very wet, isn't it? Wow, that was poor. Anyway, we move. Yeah, I just think that confidence lift will give them something to go with. Commercially speaking, could a second tier Six Nations get enough viewers for the broadcast revenue? Well, there is a second tier Six Nations. No, it wouldn't generate enough interest, I don't think. But perhaps from the nations that are involved in it. It certainly wouldn't pique my interest. But I know Georgia are playing Russia on Sunday. And I think that's in a format similar to that. So, yeah, there's potential for it. But I think it could be nothing but good for second-tier rugby to have a competition where they could join the elite for a season. You know, if you had Italy, Russia, Georgia, let's see, who else could we throw in the mix? Maybe not Spain. Well, maybe Spain could be the whipping boys of that. But yeah, there are plenty of European countries that could join that second tier Six Nations. You could even throw Argentina in the mix. I know I remember a time where there was a conversation being had with Argentina about joining the Six Nations and making it a Seven Nations. But yeah. As the Italians get scrum penalty. Pushing early. But didn't find touch. In fact, far from touch. And have a little bit of, French kick return. And the Italians just left to trundle on through. I think Argentina committed to sticking with Southern Hemisphere rugby until 2025 or something. Yeah, quite possibly. But like I say, there are enough Northern Hemisphere sides that could potentially join the fray. I mean, you could even invite Fiji, like we did for the Autumn Nations, if they can stay COVID free. Orcs. Oh, scenes you love to see. Tried to do too many steps and fumbles the ball. That's not how you. That's not how you want to start your game when you're off the bench. Spent all that time on the bench going, I want to do this. But there you go. So the Italians are clinging on to our keep it under 50. They've got 11 minutes to go. They're just inside the French 10 with a scrum. There you go. We've solved it. Me and you, the big. Competition with Italy, Japan, Georgia, USA or Canada and Fiji would be the ideal tier 2 competition in my opinion. Yeah. Newcastle 3-1. Are you having a bubble, Tom? Are you having an absolute bubble? But they're all scattered across the world. I mean that's problematic. But if we want to make it a decent competition, it needs a bit of change. Nope. Are you having me on? I need to get that checked up. Are you having a giraffe? Newcastle 3-1. What are we saying? You might be right, you know. Anyway, 9 minutes and the Italians camped with a line out on the French 5 as he knocks it on and gives it away. It's just typical of the game today. And the French are able to easily clear their lines to halfway. It's 1-0. Tom, you fraud. You absolute fraud, Tom. Google says it's 1-0. Anyway. And it's another line out gets turned over for the French, by the French for the Italians. Ooh. And, oh well, I don't know what's happened there. Oh, so the referee's saying that it was ripped out the tackle zone by Italy and then slapped backwards by the Italians as well, and then the French just having a little chip run through and carried over by the Italians and touchdown. So it'll be a 5-metre scrum to the French. Wow. Oh, I don't know if he carried that over, you know. But anyway, it's a 5-metre scrum. And now the Italians fighting for their life to keep it under 50 so they can have a beer in the changing rooms. But the French are piling on the pressure. And it's gone down and advantage with the French. And Thomas. Lightning feet. Lightning feet indeed. But Teddy Thomas, another try. 15th try for France in 23 matches. Tom, I might forgive you. Google appears to be behind. Newcastle 2-0. 45 plus 8. 8 minutes of stoppage time. What's that about? Oh. They've just shown the little flick on in the build up to the try, but my word, no beer, no wine, just tears in the Italian change rooms today. Parmesan, the French will be running in there with the Parmesan cheese, sprinkling it all over them. They have absolutely trounced the Italians. But the kick's no good. It doesn't matter. It's 10:50. Mental scenes. Right. 6 minutes 20 seconds more to endure of this first game, and then we will be into the second one. Hopefully we'll have some more viewers than just me, you and Tom to big. I can see why people aren't here though, because this is dull. This is not good viewing, and neither probably is my chat, but there you go. And once again, the French clear out from their 5 after another long kick-off from the Italians. It seems to have been a tactic of theirs to kick off long, in some sort of desperate hope that the French wouldn't kick it back. I would have really liked to have seen them try to go short and compete at least a couple of times. Maybe they'll just call the Mafia to do a number on their French team and their families after this. I think if the Italians did that every time they lost, we'd have a lot of dead rugby players. In fact, there probably wouldn't be any pro rugby players left other than Italian ones. But thank God. Do you remember, was it Colombia that did that in a Football World Cup? They lost, and the whole coaching staff got hit by the Colombian Mafia. That's mad. That's nuts, if that's true. But yeah. I'm sure I remember reading that somewhere. Way back in the day, like not recently. Long old time ago. But yeah. So it does look weird watching the players in the stands in face masks, doesn't it? They've just spent 60 minutes on the pitch bumping into each other. And then as soon as they come off the pitch, they've got to go and put a face mask on. Sounds plausible, but I'd guess it might actually be a club side in Colombia. Yeah, it might have been a club side. But yeah, South American football club culture is nuts. It is, because if you've seen the state of some of their pitches, it's awful. I mean, I know that they're well, I don't want to say third world, because they're not third world, but they're not second world either. They're like, let's call them tier 2 countries. I'm just digging myself a hole here. But yeah, the standards aren't the same that you get in sport developed countries. Hello. Do you need a hand?
Yeah.
There you go. What we got? What's this? Hello Panda? What's Hello Panda? Can I have one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's ginger and then there's chocolate inside.
Ginger with chocolate inside?
Yeah.
Oh, get on to Hello Panda. Sorry, I'm snacking all the way through this. I don't care. Right. So this has been a complete training exercise for the French, and I think they can tick a lot of boxes. They have made the Italians look 100% amateur. Oh, well, there you go. The commentators are now having... Man, snacking is an unprofessional look to your two viewers. Do you know what I mean? Two viewers. Who cares? Yeah, commentators talking now about just sticking Georgia in instead of Italy. We've covered it. I don't think Georgia would have done any better. Neither does Flats on ITV. Do you make it a Five Nations? I think you've got to keep it 6, and I think you've got to do something. So I just don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the answer is. It needs to be 6 because we need to have 3 games a weekend. What are we saying? Oh, and now the line-out's over, so the maul rolls on 7 metres out, slowly inching its way as they go out the back, and that's forward. Referee not called it. Reckon this is just the disappointing appetiser for England, Scotland or South Africa B. Wow. I hope it's... well, it's certainly an appetiser. It's breadsticks. We've had no bruschetta today, have we? It's breadsticks. But, yeah, we've had snails today. And I ain't fond of them. But the final whistle blows. Final score, Italy 10, France 50. Right. What are we saying? So we've got 10 minutes before the next kickoff. So we will... Stale breadsticks. Yes. Made with 30% sawdust. Yeah, the cheap ones. The cheap ones you get from Lidl. Or if you're Irish, I learnt this week, Lidl. Don't know why they call it that, but yeah. There you go. Right, let's change over some of these. Scotland. So yeah, what do we think? I think that was poo. But there we go. That's what it is, isn't it? We can't expect big things from Italy. We can expect big things from France. Lidl would be the German pronunciation, I think. Oh, every day's a school day. Wales. Just changing stream settings so that we're advertising the right game. There we go. So that should have changed the name of the stream. Right. It has indeed. There we go. In about 40 minutes, is it? I thought it was a 4:15 kickoff. Might be later. It might be later. Anyway, I'm going to have a top up on my drink because I'm thirsty. I will be back in 2 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. Right, we are back. We are back. Hello. Google says 12:45 for me, which is in 40 minutes. Fair enough. Fair enough. We will battle for... Do you know what? I had loads of stuff. I had different things we could talk about and look at and whatnot. None of which we can do because my poxy laptop is poo. But... nevertheless, we move. So 150 years of English rugby is one of the topics I was going to talk about. That's mad that this sport has been going at an international level for 150 years. But what do we think of the heritage kit? Have you seen it? I was going to show you it, but obviously we can't. But oof, that looks fire. Umbro of all people, Umbro have pulled it out the bag. I like it. I love it. I think it's decent. But we will see. Have you seen as well the Scottish players? They're going to have on their shirt. They'll have their usual bump of what the game is and the occasion and the person. But also underneath it all, they're going to have the name of the player who played in that first Calcutta Cup game underneath it all, in that position. I think that's magic. That's a real nice touch. Right. Oh, I like this graphic. I don't like ITV, but I like this graphic. So let's have a little look at the teams. Let's remind ourselves of who is going to be in the starting lineups today, and talk about some ones to watch. So for England, front row is going to be Ellis Genge, Jamie George at hooker. Love Jamie George at hooker, by the way. But I think Cowan Dickey is hot on his tails. Then Will Stewart at number 3. Second row, Maro Itoje and Johnny Hill, pretty standard, I would say. I'm pleased that they've Eddie has seen sense and put Maro back in the second row where he belongs. And in the back row, number 6, Mark Wilson, 7, Tom Curry and Billy Vunipola. Mark Wilson, for me, is the most underrated player in English rugby. He is possibly the hardest working back row player around. And so underrated. And Tom Curry. Need say no more on Tom Curry. Fabulous 7, fabulous turnover merchant. Going to be really interesting to see how Mark Wilson, Tom Curry and Maro all conduct themselves around a breakdown. I think that's going to be something to watch, something to look out for. But yeah, just looking around Twickers as well, although it's empty, this place always looks fire. Clive Woodward's talking. I can't listen. I can't listen to Clive. Sorry, Clive. Like, you're a knight of the realm and whatnot, but you talk some nonsense. Backs. Let's look at English backs. So Ben Young, standard start. Owen Farrell, obvious choice. Interesting to see him at 10, not 12. Ollie Lawrence in at 12. Henry Slade at 13. I love Henry Slade at 13. I think he gets moved out of the squad too often, but he's a quality 13. Wingers, Johnny May, standard operating procedure there. And Anthony Watson, another quality player that probably gets moved out too much. Although, having said that, I still rate what's his name? That's how much I rate him. Oh God, Exeter winger. Can't think of his name. It'll come to me. Anyway, Elliot Daly at 15. Standard English team minus Underhill, of course. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to mean business. Yeah, 100%. They've got to, after that poor performance and all that criticism that they got from the press after the final of the Autumn Nations Cup, they have got an absolute point to prove that they can dominate sides and be a real force in the Six Nations. Right, on to the Scotland squad. And whoever is in charge of digital design at Scotland has absolutely nailed their team sheet this week. Have a look on Twitter at the Scotland team sheet. It's like a very old piece of paper with their photographs stuck to it, and it looks beautiful. Very nice piece of work. Well done them. Anyway, forwards. So we've got Sutherland, Turner, Fagerson, Cummings, Gray, Ritchie, Watson, and the other Fagerson. There's nobody scary in there. Gray's a decent player. Ritchie's a decent player. But other than that, nobody's frightened of this. The big name that comes out of this squad is in the halfbacks. Price and Russell returns. Finn Russell is back. What do we think of that? I think fair play. He's a bit of a loose cannon, a bit of a maverick. But boy, that boy's got wonder hands. Anyway, onto the three quarterbacks. We've got Van der Merwe, very Scottish name. Cameron Redpath, quality player. Glad to see he's got his debut. Shame it's against England because he's going to get absolutely chewed up in that 12th channel. But he's quality. And then we've got Harrison Maitland as well. And then fullback, the wonderful, fabulous captain, Stuart Hogg. Again, quality player. I mean, they've come full noise. But I just can't see any threat from that team other than Russell and Hogg. And if you're relying on two players to generate the threat, yeah, I just don't know. So, all four of you, welcome in to the second half of the stream. We're gonna see what's going on here. Just having a little chat with Gregor Townsend now on the telly box. What do we think? Let's have some score predictions. What are we saying? I'm saying England by 7. And the score is going to be England by 7. Am I going to say England by 7? No, I'm going to change that. I'm going to say England by 12. And I'm going to say it's going to be 28-16. Just putting it out there. Scotland 200 unconverted tries. and 2 penalties. We'll take that. We will take that indeed. Right, anyway, how did my fantasy team finish up? My title says 2020, not 21. Ha! It does! Oh, bugger. That's why nobody's here. That's why nobody's here. Everyone's sitting going, no, I ain't watching that old rubbish. Let's change that. Well spotted, the big. Make this man a mod. There we go. How embarrassing. Oh, I can feel myself blushing already. Oh, there we go. Well, that might fix it. That might... that 2020 Calcutta Cup fixture was mad. Wasn't that the one... Wasn't that the one where it just absolutely poured down all day? And the wind was like coming in sideways. Yeah, that was mad. That was mad. Right. Okay. What are we saying? Oh, wow. Wow. Some people have come in absolute clutch on this fantasy team. So top of the fantasy team already after one game, 430 points. Jeez. Okay, what did we get? Well, we got 296 points. So we'll take that. We'll take that. Where it was just pissing down. Yeah, absolutely. Right then. Oh, Gregor Townsend already making excuses, saying even if they had a dozen back row out, they'd still have an amazing back row. Yes, we would. We've got a lot of back row players. But, yeah. Well then. I'm trying to remind myself of that 20. Yeah, it was. It was just absolutely hammering it down, wasn't it? Oi, oi, Savoy. Hello, Mr. Stark. You'll have to excuse me. I've been munching away throughout this stream. My daughter decided she was going to make beautiful snacks for us all. So we've got Doritos with Haribo on top. And they are delightful. So yeah, but welcome in. Hit that like button. Let's see if we can get a few people in. But, with it being on terrestrial TV this time, I think we're not gonna pull the same figures as we did last time. But we move, we keep it rolling. We're looking for them 250 subscribers. I've got that 245 at the minute, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Little by little, baby steps. What games have we been watching today? Should we let's have a little roundup of rugby results. See what's been happening in the world of rugby. Do you want it posted on the Twos group? Yeah, go on then. Share it to the Twos group, Rob. Why not? Why not indeed? Live rugby scores, flash score. Here we go. What have we got? So, all games from today. Right, what are we saying? So we've got Wasps lost to Saints. Saints beat Wasps 22-17. Harlequins beat Bath 28-15. Tigers are smashing Worcester Warriors 27-3. London Irish are up against Gloucester 17-14. Sale Bristol was awesome last night. I was going to watch it, but I got tied up trying to sort stuff out for this stream that ended up not going too well. Yes. Thanks, Rob. Yeah, have a laugh at my expense. But thank you for sharing that, Rob. I appreciate that. Italy, France. Let's not remind ourselves, but it was 10:50. It was one of the hardest games of rugby to watch ever. But never mind. He should have the link. Rob, tell him he should have the link because he should be subscribed to the channel. But yeah, let me send him the link. As we, spoiler alert, they got it on Skype. Oh, yeah, sorry. Probably should have checked that first, shouldn't I? Never mind. My bad. Orcs. Which game did you have on Sky Plus? Which one was it? Italy, France. Did you really have it on Sky? Right, it ain't worth the watch, Rob. Did you really use Sky Plus that? Behave. Behave. Sky Plus in Italy, France. Sky Plus Italy, France. I've been fixing my mum's pipes this morning. Got all the time to watch it at the moment. Well, mate, it's a masterclass in how not to play rugby, from an Italian perspective, anyway. It's oh, show your shirt campaigns, and are we still there? Are we still there? Oh, I couldn't see us. I couldn't see our shirt. But game on, Grant Richardson. How are you, my brother? Welcome, welcome. What do we say? Oh, Eddie Jones is on the blower now. What are we saying, Eddie? There we go. These are still there. Oh, did you see them? I couldn't see them. I was looking for them. But, yeah. Oh, salty Haribo. We are living the dream. So, Eddie Jones, he always says absolutely nothing, does he? With like 1,000 words. Middle row, bottom left. Bank of seats, apparently. We need to get a photo of that. We need to be plugging that. We need to be plugging that and showing that we're there. But there we go. I can't stop eating these Haribo, but they're covered in salt off the Doritos. It's disgusting. That's Eddie Jones for you. Oh, do you know what I mean? He says absolutely nothing, but it takes him half an hour to say it. I tried to listen to his podcast in the first lockdown, and whilst it was very interesting with some of the guests he had and some phenomenal coaches, but I was just, Eddie, shut up. It just kept going on and on. A bit like me. Anyway. What are we saying? Come on, I haven't seen any score predictions yet. I've given mine. England by 12. 28-16. I always thought it was a strategy to throw off the media. No, he does play a lot of media games, doesn't he? He does do a lot of chatting to chat up the media and throw them off. Rob's going for 0-0. Wow. Wow, Rob. Right. Blimey, they've pretty much brought in the BT Sports squad to cover this game. We've got Bayfield, Scott Hastings, Jim Hamilton, all on the comm squad. England to win unless they don't gel together or shake off pre-Six Nations rust. Do you know what? Let's talk about the pre-Six Nations rust because there's a lot of Sarries players in there that haven't left Saracens, and the last time they played was against Ealing Trailfinders, and when was that? That was like 2 months ago. So, what are they saying? Oh man, I saw that stream on YouTube. Yeah, do you know what I mean? That's the last time they played. So, what are they bringing to the party? You know, they've had no rugby since, well, they've had no consistent rugby since March. They had, obviously, the autumn nations. But, yeah. I don't know. And they're just talking about that now on ITV. You know, 7 weeks without any consistent rugby. Interesting. They've played 2 close to media games. Yeah, that's what I mean. They were both against Ealing, weren't they? So it's not really... Championship rugby's not really good prep for international rugby. I say that with a degree of snobbery. Take nothing away from Championship rugby. But yeah, I don't think it's good prep. I think if it was any other team, there's no way their players would be allowed to continue to play for England without leaving their club. In fact, look at Mark Wilson when Newcastle dropped. He had to go to Sale so that he could continue to try and play for England. It's a little bit of double standards from the game, but that's salary sons. They'll buy their way through it. Just to trigger you, Rob, I know. I can feel you. I can feel you having a nibble on that. I can feel you having a nibble on salary sons. Don't think we will see Billy for much longer. What, at Saracens? Or in England? I don't think... I think he's coming to the end of his time, and I think other back rows have got more to offer. Not biting. London Woodwork was a great employer. Oh, in an England shirt. Yeah. I agree. I think there are far better options now than Billy. I think people have caught up with Billy, and I think probably now surpassed him. Yeah, he mentioned something about his time being up in pro rugby or some wing. Have you got that coronavirus? Some wing. Something. Some wing wong. Yeah, so... yeah, no, I think his days are numbered. As are everybody's days numbered. I think he may go to Tonga and play, develop the game. No, I think he'll go to France first. I think he'll go to France first and make some money, and then he might finish somewhere like Japan or Tonga. But I think he'll go look for those dollar books first. Oh, Clive Woodward has said something I agree with. He likes Mark Wilson coming in. Yeah, I agree with that. He can't represent Tonga anymore under World Rugby rules. No, he can't. He can't represent, but he can go and work with their development squads and their club at club level. Depends what happens with the championship. Yeah, playing at club level. Yeah, absolutely. Depends what. Well, what is going to happen with the championship this year? Is it going to get going? Does that mean that Saracens have to spend 2 seasons in the championship? Because you can't promote them if there's been no competition. I think what will happen if there's no championship rugby this year, they will ring fence the Premiership, and they will take Ealing and Saracens up, and Ealing will get absolutely obliterated. Regret ever coming to the Premiership, and yeah. He's invested back in Tonga. Crowdfunding is keeping clubs in championships. 120k for COVID testing. Oh, that well. I rate that. I think they could do. I think they could potentially do more with the opportunity. Perhaps like football, where the Championship and League 1 and 2 have got an iFollow system. I think maybe that could be looked into to the Championship. So while fans can't come to the stadium, they can watch the game with commentary online and pay £5 to watch the game online. I'd certainly watch a couple of Championship games at £5 a go, like Bedford Blues or something like that. I don't mind popping a £5 in the pot to help a club out. And some more salty Haribo. Bedford Blues, £10 a match to watch virtually. Is it really? See, it's too much. Unless I'm wrong, it was only 15 quid to be there. So, yeah. Ooh. Salt being thrown in the group chat. Salt being thrown in the group chat on this old fantasy league. Oh God, I'm 13th. I won't be. Wait 2 days and it'll be on YouTube. Well, I can't be bothered to wait 2 days though to watch the game. I struggle to watch it when I've Sky Plused it. But I do try and catch up with the Premiership games. And a lovely little hint for everybody: if you are wanting to watch more Premiership games, then head on over to their website, and by Tuesday, every single game from the weekend is up on their website for free. So you don't even have to have BT. But yeah. Anyway, struggling to watch any rugby at the moment. No, it's hard work without the fans there, and without having like, this is what it must be like if you're not involved in rugby. Like, if you're not involved in a club, this is what it's like. I can't be chewed with that. I wouldn't, if I wasn't involved in a club, I don't think I'd watch any rugby. Like, it's not interesting me at the minute. Without looking at it from a sort of needing to find a reason or needing to look at things from a technical perspective. Hoping Six Nations will kickstart it. Apart from last night, Bristol, Sale, brilliant game. Pleased for KFC. Eh? KFC? What are you talking about? Who's K? As in Kentucky Fried Chicken? Anyway. Rob... Oh, Sanderson. Oh, I see. I'm with you. Yes. Yeah, no. Sanderson's a great coach. And will do well wherever he goes. Yes, new DOR at Sale. Yeah, here in the Asia Pacific, we get Rugby Pass. You get all the elite Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere competitions under one platform. Yeah, I know, Rugby Pass is fire, but unfortunately, you've got to have a pretty decent VPN to get past their geo-blocking. Most normal VPNs don't get past it, which is really annoying. I used to have Rugby Pass, and I agree. I was watching every game under the sun, which is great. Until they changed their VPN policy, and it seems to be able to geo-block it, which is really annoying. More reasons why I hate ITV. More adverts, for God's sake. On that note, I'm taking a wee comfort break. I will be right back. Amy, you good? Ava? Yeah? I did, they're lovely. Right, we are back just as the players are coming out for the anthems. What did I miss? Absolutely nothing. Great to see. Great to see. Got my beverage for the game after I finished my coffee. It's still can't get used to Umbro rubbish quality. Do you know what? We would. I think you. I don't think you were in when we were talking about it, but I really like this heritage shirt. Which I never thought I'd say about an Umbro kit, but I do like it. It's a nice touch. But here we go. We are out. See if we can't pick up the first silverware of the Six Nations. What have we got? England boys coming out for their anthems in their anthem jackets, gold emblazoned heritage logo. And let's just remind ourselves of the squads. So the England squad, ooh, excuse me. The replica shirt is anyway. Yeah, they do look flimsy. But the England squad then today, to remind ourselves, Genge, George, Stewart on the front row, Maro Itoje, Johnny Hill on the second row, back row, Mark Wilson, Billy Villapola, and Tom Curry. Backs, we've got Ben Youngs, Owen Farrell as captain, as always, Ollie Lawrence at 12, Slade 13, Johnny May 11, Anthony Watson 14, and Daly 15. Scotland squad, we've got Sutherland, Turner, Fagerson, Cummings, Gray, Ritchie, Watson, Fagerson. We're having a moment's applause, and I didn't listen to why we're clapping, but we're clapping. The haircuts are awesome. I'm styling mine on some of these trims. The trims are shocking. Oh, there's a lot of party in the backs going on out there. Jesus wept. Right. Anyway, onto the backs for Scotland. We've got Price, Russell, Van der Merwe, Redpath, Harris, Maitland, and Hogg. The Faz haircut is iconic. We're going to have a moment's silence for Rugby United against racism, so we'll stay quiet for that. And that's done. Interestingly, a mix of kneeling and standing for that. Across, and I'll put it as politically correct as I can, both sides of the spectrum. So, yeah. Here we go. Flower of Scotland. It's a cracking little anthem, isn't it? Sang with a little less gusto than we would normally see, but they're singing all the same. 2 meters apart, of course, because they're about to run in. Loving the social distancing for the anthems, but they're about to. I was just about to say that, Rob. 2 meters apart, but they're all about to smash into each other for 80 minutes. And Asbo is saying the same in a text message as well. And you were about to say it as well, to think. It just doesn't make any sense, does it? What's the point? What's the point? You're about to get close and personal for 80 minutes and get rough and ready. And we're going to stand 2 meters apart. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But I suppose that's what the politicians have decided. I wouldn't say that was sang with the normal gusto that they bring, though. Normally, they're all over that. The sound waves from the anthem can transmit the COVID virus further than usual. Probably some nonsense like that. I say nonsense. It's science behind it. Oh, I got no time for that. We've got Boys Not Singing. We've got boys not singing. I haven't got time for that. But again, socially distanced. Or socially distanced to not hear the person sing. Well, for half the England team that didn't matter because half of them weren't singing anyway. Absolutely disgraceful. In my book, I got no time for not singing the anthem. You want to pull on the shirt, it's a responsibility and an honour that you get to sing the national anthem. Never mind. Rant over. More adverts. Here we go. 7 of us in here now. Welcome along, everybody. Oh, 2 just left. Well, welcome along to those that are here. We're about to get kicked off. Any minute now. If you have just joined us, again, welcome. But do let us know your score predictions. What are you thinking? Oh yeah, you're going to get people thinking it's the actual game stream. Oh, 100%. We made this title clickbaity on purpose. Afternoon, Mr. Aris. Welcome along. Welcome along. What is your drop of choice for the game as well? I'm on Brewdog Lost Lager. It's their Planet First Lager. And what makes it Planet First is that they've planted a forest called the Lost Forest in the Scottish Highlands, and they've brewed it with surplus fresh bread, a third less water, and it's powered by Brewdog wind turbines. There you go. So we've got a Scottish drop for an English fan on a game being played in England. Happy days. But we are almost ready to be underway. England to kick off. Faz with the ball. And the sound of the crowd eerily being played under the commentators. You're on the Iron Brew, Rob. Well, I thought about going for a run tonight. So I was on coffee, but I thought I can't watch the England game and not have a drop. So we're having a drop and we'll go for a run tomorrow. As the kickoff is away and kicked back, and England just inside Scotland's half. Early first couple of carries there looked a bit flat, but Faz opts to kick, and we got to have some more kick tennis. So nothing's changed in the last 7 weeks about England's game plan. They are going to kick everything they see and play territory and apply pressure in their defensive set. We will see how that works out. We'll see if anybody's tried to counter that. As Scotland box away themselves, but it's been charged down. And Atoje has secured the ball on the 5. But Johnny Hill off his feet. Kick ball, kick faces, kick buckets. I like that. I think the ref's got £10 Scotland to score first with his penalties. Wow. He was off his feet. Scotland's kick is class, I gotta say. It does look good, doesn't it? I do like Scotland's kit. If I was to have a second kit, in fact, if I was to have a second team, it'd probably be Scotland. I like their anthem. I like their kit, and that's enough for me. And another penalty for Scotland, just inside their own half. Welcome in, Street, by the way. I forgot to say that, didn't I? Welcome in. So, another Scotland penalty. Is this a sign of things to come? Penalty ridden. Some heavy hits going in already. I like to see that. What are you watching it on? I am watching it on ITV Hub on my computer because the telly is too far away to enjoy the game and stream. So I'm probably a little bit behind you. And equally, there'll be a bit of stream lag as well. Probably about 15-20 seconds stream lag. So I'm probably about a minute to 90 seconds behind you. But yeah, if you do want to try and keep time with me, if you do want to keep step with me, I've just this second hit 4 minutes. I'm slightly ahead, so we'll remember that when anything happens. Yeah, don't think I'm just being really thick and slow. I'm just there's a bit of stream lag, and there's a bit of stream lag from my viewing perspective as well. So another Scotland penalty, another line out, just over the top of a Toje, but the maul is secured. They get round the corner. Oh! Scotland 5 metres out, and we go for the pick and goo. The pick and goo is on. Give me the nod at 5 minutes 30. 5 minutes 30? I'm on 4. Okay, I'll give you the nod at 5 minutes 30. Scotland again round the corner with this pick and go. And again, as they move just inside the posts. And another penalty. Not a lot that Marrow could do there. He's been tied in, but he's got the wrong side. Yeah. Not rolling away. Another penalty. And that is 5 minutes 30, Rob. As Scotland line up the 3-point penalty. To be fair, it's great defence from England, but it's well worked from Scotland as well. You've got to say that. You can't take nothing away from that. They've done very well to tie Marrow wrong side of the ball. And first blood, as the big rightly says, first blood to Scotland. It's fine. It's fine. We can live with that. Poor discipline, but we can fix that. 4 penalties. We need to fix that. We need to fix that urgently. As the kickoff goes long into the 22. And I just don't like restarts that make the 22. It's just an easy out for teams. There's another charge down from a Toje, but it's gone into touch. And that's a worry for Scotland because they had a 3-man caterpillar there. And you don't fancy his blockers be doing a very good job there. Do England have Scotland's kicking game figured out? No, I just don't think Scotland have set themselves up very well. You know, if you're going to have a 3-man caterpillar, great, but you've also got to have blockers in there to prevent the charge down. As we have another box kick, and it's very nearly charged down again. England definitely going after this charge down pressure, which is good to see. So, England line out about halfway into the half, and we move away with a Believe and a polo carry. And this is where England are so good at getting quick, clean ball and moving the play. It is worth saying, though, and I don't want to be the commentator curse. Oh, knock on. Think it might have been Wilson, but Cameron Redpath with his first real touch clears his lines, and the kick goes into touch just inside the 10 of England. Don't want to be the commentator's curse though, but England don't tend to do well when they don't get the first points on the board. Just saying. Don't want to be that guy, but it is a little known fact. So, 8 minutes into the game, England's second line out of the game, just inside their own 10, and we've got some admin errors that we need to figure out with the ref, and we're underway again. Scotland looking to stand off the line out. As Jamie George breaks away from them all. I love this attempt. I don't know whether we've just watched a game. It's because we've just watched a game where there was 0 running line intent, or England just have loads of it. But it's great to see boys running hard lines. But Scotland have got the knock-on advantage as Redpath skips through two tackles and loses 3 or 4 of his ribs. Yeah, this is an improvement from France Italy. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. As Scotland pick up another penalty. What is this? Offside. Man alive. 13 never onside. Henry Slade. Discipline, because we are going to be falling into yellow card territory soon enough. 10 minutes into a game, you do not want to be giving away 5 penalties in 10 minutes. So, it was on the halfway line, dead centre, and Scotland have found touch a metre outside of the 22. Oh, forward, surely. Redpath, I'm telling you what, if you've got Redpath in your fantasy team, I'm glad I picked him. I'm glad I picked him. And what are we saying? So Scotland now moving into the England 22, and again we start. Again we start the forwards coming around the corner, and as I say that, a little knock on gives England a scrum. what I would ask, this level of intensity that we've started this game with, it's been quite a quick pace. I wonder if it can be maintained. I'm just saying, how good are fitness levels on both sides? And England take the scrum penalty. We'll have that all day long. This is, I've got a feeling this is going to be a very penalty-heavy game. I think the referee has come here with the intent that he is going to have no nonsense. And Farrell kicks away, and I think that was just outside the England 10. But yeah, you can see Ferguson's lost his footing completely. And England set up the maul from the line out. Here's to another 150 years of English-Scot rugby rivalry. Amen to that. Here's to another 150 years of home nations rugby rivalry. We are very lucky to have so many quality rugby nations all on our doorstep. And here we go with another boxy and another attempt to charge down. It's very close, and oh! Johnny May not taking that cleanly. It's all over the floor. He's dropped the briefcase in the chicken. But it's definitely something that was lacking in the Italian kicking game, was the chase. And just that pressure can cause monumental mistakes that have given Scotland on this occasion huge amount of meterage. Look back to the Italians, who didn't chase a single kick, missing the 16th man both teams. Do you think? I think they've come with a decent level of intensity once the first whistle blew. They didn't look very up for it during the anthems. But I suppose if the weather's not great, who would want to stand around there? Atmosphere. Yeah. I know what you meant. And that is a beautiful scrum. Oh, another penalty to Scotland. And Scotland have moved back into England's 22. How many more before a yellow card? I know if I was on the pitch, I'd be having a little whisper in the referee's ear now, saying, "That's 7, sir. How many penalties is that?" Over the top, and Redpath has charged through. Scotland are well up for this. Need the Hooters girls to streak on a pitch invasion. Another knock-on advantage. And Johnny May clears the lines with the boots. Through a scrambled... Itoje is so sick. You are not wrong. He is a quality player when he's given the right job to do, which he has been today. I don't want to see him in the back row again. I think this is the pre-Six Nations rust I was talking about earlier. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You can tell that some of these players haven't played an awful lot of rugby since the Autumn Nations, and I wonder if Eddie has made that same mistake he made a few years ago, where he overcooked the training camp. And if he overcooked the training camp, then we're in trouble. But another Scottish line out just outside the 22. And Scotland managed eventually to get it away. Is Henry Slade just playing tag there? 7 penalties in under 20 minutes is shocking. I completely agree. And English advantage. I can't really describe what happened there. There was so much going on, but England get the boot away, only as far as Stuart Hogg, who has a little dance through, and Scotland are picking up the pace, big style. I heard in Premier Leagues. Is statistically the highest away wins ever, more than home wins. No crowds is completely changing sports dynamics. Yeah, in football, yeah. Football, they're really struggling without their crowds. I don't know too much in terms of rugby, but certainly in football, they are struggling not having crowds there. And I suppose, I think in next 3 penalties we will see a yellow card. Who will get it? I agree that there's a yellow card is imminent, and it will probably be. Well, I don't know. It could be anybody, couldn't it? Because it will just be a team one. England box away. Watson is absolutely herring at it. And a knock on to... Oh, that's a beautiful pick-up by Slade. Slade kicks it down to the 22. Sorry, I'm trying to describe it play by play, but it is moving at a race of knots, this game. As England switch their kicking option from left to right, and that's a great nudge. That's a great nudge down into the 22, into touch, on the bounce. Beauty. Absolute ripper. So this is where Marrow comes into his own, really. You wouldn't be surprised to see a turnover here. On the TV, it looks like England are playing in their knickers and undershirts because of the lack of logos and sponsors. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. But yes, I like that heritage kit. But a Toe J, not far away with the charge down, and Price only just makes it out inside the 22. What? Why you got my boots?
I moved them over in the kitchen.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, England are really putting pressure on this. But Scotland turn over the line out, as we just see that Scotland have had 65% possession so far. And Atoje gives away the advantage. Nothing coming there. He's tried to come through the middle. and then staggered over the top of the ruck and all over the place. Word of advice, we've heard your play, but word of advice, we've heard your play-by-play commentary on live game streams. Stick to not doing that. Also, your better half trespassed your place of work. What? Your place of work, just to let you know. Say, oh, okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I'll try not to. I'll try not to. I'll try not to commentate. I'll just tell you the main events. My apologies, Street. Yes, my better half just came in. You're right. Oh, it's Nate. How did I miss that? Oh, I don't feel so ashamed of myself. Anyway, back to the game. Fuck you, Nate. Where are we? Scotland moving the ball forward. They look fire, don't they? Nate, talk to me more and then I don't have to commentate. How messy is community game going to be when it restarts? And there we go. Rob, you called it. Within 10. Billy's gone. Yellow card. I think England are getting flustered. I did say 5 minutes into the game, England do not do well when they don't score first and quickly. Where's the community game going to be? I'll tell you where the community game is going to be. It's going to be in the absolute drink. 12 months without playing rugby. 1, who's left? 2, that standard is going to be appalling.
Fitness.
No fitness, the wife's just said. You're not wrong there. Although people are, in our team, people are working on that away. England are so sloppy. Yeah, I agree. Couldn't agree more. I'm doing workout, so rest breaks, I'm here. Boom. So Scotland driving now. I mean, use it. Should last 5 seconds. Nate, why are you going under that name? Sounds like a school. Do you know what I mean, Rob? I was like, who's this street academics? Got his leather patches on his elbows. And Scotland being held up on the line. England look like they're in all sorts of trouble. It's held up, scrum 5. I tell you what, Genge and George and Curry, smashing work there. The post-match conference with Eddie will be fun tonight. I don't want to be in that room. Hairdryers are going to be thrown at half-time, let alone at full-time. What are we saying? Not a lot going on for England. Ooh-wee. So scrum down Scotland. 8 minutes left on the bin. And yeah. England in a spot of bother. Scotland on the front foot. Oh, Johnny May's gone in at number 8. What is this? What am I seeing? Johnny Bracken in the scrum. What? Ah. And a free kick to Scotland. I reckon Scotland are giving this referee a tenner, you know? Some referee just saying that Genge is chasing his feet and trying to get the push on before the ball's in, which is obviously not allowed. And the referee again not happy. See, this is the problem with scrums. Yeah, May at 8. Rob, what's going on? Next we'll be putting Slade at 2. Why not Wilson at 8 and May flanking? Great shout. Probably to keep that press on Genge's backside. I would imagine keep the pressure on, keep the weight there. I think 8 is probably the better place for him to be. Oh, but again, another penalty. Andrew Brace is the referee. Isn't he the guy that's always on TMO and he loves to make it the game more about himself than the rugby? I'm not saying that he's a bad referee. I'm just saying, is he not a bit dodgy when he's on TMO? And that's not me being a salty Englishman either, by the way. So is Scotland going to send proud Eddie's army homeward to think again? At this rate or not, it's quite likely. We're gonna have a yellow card at this rate. So what's he gonna say? Ooh. Firm words. I love it how the line from the Scotland anthem works during Calcutta Cup. What line? What line's that? Yeah, wants to be the new Nigel Owens. Oh, we don't need any more referees that dislike the English. Hang on. Is that referee just holding up their... I say no more. I say no more. But a chip for Russell. Oh! Van der Merwe was in, but the bounce was just too much for him. Oh, and just highlights the dangers that Finn Russell presents to anybody. And oh, I mean that bounce just keeps growing. At this rate, we'll only have 12 players by half-time. Proud Edwards' army. And sent him homewards to think again. Yes, it's true. Very true. Very true. Well spotted. But the 22 dropouts away, and we're back under play with Scotland with the ball just inside England's half. Oh, and Ferguson takes the bounce off. Scotland look absolutely threatening. Van der Merwe, is he held up? No, says the referee. Worst I've seen England play for some time. We've been shocking. We have been shocking. Scotland have been all over us. And Scotland fighting for independence. Who gave the pre-match talk? William Wallace. I think it's just rust, to be honest. Do you know what? We don't look like we've grown any more than when we played France in December.
Okay.
Ooh. Rhubarb gin flavoured gum. The sweets are flying in today, boys. We've got some gin gummies. Hmm?
Where are you?
Upstairs. But this might be the match. But this might be the match that might cost them the title. Indeed. Indeed. This could be the biggie. Anyway. England 0, Scotland 8. Finn Russell with the kick. And it is by a gnat's penis. No good. Right. 8-0. And do you know what I mean? That's some lovely handling work there. I'm not sure how the referee saw that ball down though. Just saying. I'm not sure how he saw that down. Because there's a lot of body covering that, but benefit of the doubt. Allowed. I'm starting to sound like a salty Englishman now, aren't I? We're 31 minutes in and I'm already on the ref's case. May, well held, under pressure. England just need to hold a little bit of possession now. Just get some time on the ball. We've kicked too much away. And and a rare England penalty. Oh, there we go. That's the first penalty England have won in open play. I'd say 42 metres out, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, the Scotland player just rolled away and then rolled back into the breakdown. So yeah, possession 74% for Scotland now. And Faz is going to have a go from here. I think we've only been in there two times, maybe 3. Yeah, and 2 of those times were for line outs. Sorry, 2 of those times. At least one of those times was for line outs, wasn't it? So it's not like we got there. We just kicked it there. Normally, I hate salty English fans, but you're a good bloke, so I'll excuse the salt. I will try and refrain from the salt. My apologies. My apologies to Big. But here we go. What have you got, Fazza? And his boot has returned. The golden boot has returned. He's got him on the right feet this week. And 3 points to the goods. And it's been enough as well to run the yellow card clock to 0. So Billy is back. We're back to full complement. It has been an expensive 10 minutes without him. Nah, man, I have my moments as well. Got lost on the pitch. Who got lost on the pitch? Anyway, the kickoff. Marrow lifted and we're back underway just outside the 22. It's just a little deep. It's just too deep. Right, if we're going to box kick... Oh, so frustrating. There is an art to box kicking. And it's very simple. You've got to be able to apply pressure on the catcher if you're going to box kick. If you kick too long, you're just giving possession back. I just don't understand people that just kick too far. I cringe when I see the Johnny Wilkinson drop goal from 2003 as an Australian. Yeah, I would as well. We see it as a beautiful moment, but I can see why you cringe at it. Scotland are playing some lovely rugby. You're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. England players have got lost on the pitch. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they have. There's Genge has a little nudge through, and we are... Well, that's crossing, surely. As he runs straight into his own man. But no, says the referee. And Scotland look to set up the box. What are we saying? Rob, this is my YouTube channel profile. Performance Collective name. Big up. Street Academics. Yes, I forgot that that's your YouTube channel, mate. I am subscribed. But if you are not and you are here, go and check out Street Academics. Does a little bit of poetry and some music as well. Check them out. Check out Street Academics. Big up to my man Nate. 5 minutes left of the half, and what are we saying? We've got an England line out on the 22. Gonna stalk you now. What are we saying? Can England, now we're on the board, now we've conceded a try, can we right the wrong as Billy flicks it out? Ben Youngs wanders into the 22 as well. Here we go. The pick and goo begins. Youngs, that's not a great pass, but advantage for the offside. Ooh, penalty here. What are we going to do? What would you do? I know I'm going for the corner from here, but knowing Faz in England, it's points, isn't it? 3 minutes until the break. I want 7 on the board, but I see why they're going for 3. Rob Stark, I'm going to store you now. Bless mate for the shout out. Stalk away. No worries, mate. No worries. Anytime. Not that there's anyone here. There's only like 5 of us here, but I will shout out anytime. Reese is all over it now. It's just sloppy, isn't it? You know when players are throwing the ball between their legs, that something's going wrong. But anyway, we're here for the kick to drop the deficit to 2. And just as he gets to the end of his setup, the referee blows the whistle and pauses play. Oh, TMO has pulled it up. Finn Russell in trouble. What are we saying? I can't see. Show me, Brycey. Show me what you got. What are we looking at? He's left his leg there, hasn't he? Yellow card. Yeah, it's only a yellow. It's only a yellow. It's a trailing leg, isn't it? He's left it behind subconsciously. I don't think there's any dangerous intent behind that. Yellow. I agree with that. Cheeky little smirk on his way out. So, no Finn Russell. Well, It's the lift of the leg. We would be screwing if it happened to us on a Saturday. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And actually, just before Christmas, before the lockdowns, I was coaching. A Colts team, and somebody did that, and quite clearly lifted their leg to drop the trip, and we all went mad, like instantly stamped that out of the game. We, no pun intended. No comment as I'm ahead. Oh, Sean, don't say that. Don't say that. He's not spooned this, has he? You troll, Sean. You absolute troll. But yeah, anyway, so 6-8. The kick goes through. Yeah, Colt left a leg out. Purpose trip. I'm like, woo, get that out of the game. No interest in that. 1 minute left on the clock. But we've also chewed up 1 minute of Finn Russell's yellow card. So, should we have kicked for corner? Well, they haven't got a 10. Hoggy with the restart. And again, all the way into the 22. Just gives you an easy out. Oh, and we're having a turn of the tide on penalties. A couple of penalties now going against Scotland. This referee's not biased at all. I think he's a wonderful referee. But the clock is now in the red. But we know that means nothing from a penalty anyway. But England just, let's call it on the 22 for the sake of half a centimetre. But Scotland have got this line out on toast. Scotland have got this line out on toast. Well, that was a much more interesting half than the Italy one. And it does mean that I am bursting for a whiz. So I will be back and I will read your comments on my return. Oh.
It's working now, isn't it?
Huh?
It's working now, isn't it?
I do it on my phone. So it's working on my phone, but it means I haven't got any of the scenes that I've built. All that hard work I put in to be able to streamline.
I don't understand what's going wrong there.
I don't, because when I'm doing the test stream, it's absolutely fine. I had way more fun on the test stream than I did on this one.
I don't know. You alright?
Yeah. We're back. What are we saying, boys? What are we saying? That was an interesting half to say. I have to say, at the least, yes, it was indeed an interesting half. I think Scotland have brought their A game today. Primed in with a cream tea and beef. Oh, beef and ale pie. Oh, I could nail a beef and ale pie about now. Agree. So poor as an England fan, but glad only 2 points in it. Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see that there's only 2 points in it, but I think we have to do better. We've got an opportunity at the start of the second half without Finn Russell, but so poor. And these Sarries players, I have to say it, they are not giving a great account of themselves, having not played rugby, and I think some serious consideration needs to be taken onto whether they continue to be selected for England. Yeah, on paper, England squad should smoke Scotland's. 100% all day. I mean, I'm not pinning all of this on the Sarries players. Let's make that very clear. May has been almost non-existent. I think I've seen him touch the ball twice, maybe 3 times, and I've seen him knock it on twice. Oh, they're showing the try, the Scotland try. Yeah, okay, it was a try. Who else has had a poor showing? I haven't really seen Henry Slade. I haven't really seen anybody give May credit for his effort at the reverse 8. Look, love a man that steps up and plays 8 when it's called upon. But other than that, and he didn't touch the ball then. Yeah. Clive Woodward, man. Can anybody get on with Clive Woodward? Like, does anybody listen to him and go, this man talks a lot of sense? He's just called Ferguson. I thought it was Ferguson. Am I wrong? Might be me that's wrong. I don't know. But I just... the sound of his voice winds me up sometimes. Anyway. This Scotland scrum though, they're just showing some replays of the build up to the try. This Scotland scrum is fire, isn't it? They should be getting dog walked by this England pack, you know, on paper. But whew. South Africa B are bringing it to us, aren't they? From what I can gather as an Aussie, he gets away with lukewarm analysis and opinions because he won the World Cup. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. Because he won a World Cup. Everybody here fires all over him, but I ain't interested. I don't rate his analysis at all. It winds me up, actually. But we just haven't carried the ball, have we? I say England. I think coming out the second half, let's have a bit of ball in hand. Let's keep hold of it for a minute. Let's get some of that possession back. In an alternative reality, we won the 2003 World Cup, and Clive Woodward is now an obscure commentator. Well, he is. We won the World Cup in 2003. He's still an obscure commentator. But he probably wouldn't have half the recognition that he does. I struggle to see how in any sport, if you're not playing regularly at club, how can you play international no matter who you are or what you have done in the past? Do you know what I mean? Well, that's what I'm saying. I just can't see a way forward where these Saracens players can stay in this England squad and compete for place, because where are they proving themselves? You've got lads like the brothers at Exeter. Why can't I remember any of Exeter's names today? Joe, the fly half at Exeter. I'm not saying he's as good as Farrell, but he's certainly playing more rugby and proven himself. George Ford, I don't rate George Ford, but he's playing rugby and he's proven himself week in, week out. Farrell's not. And he looks like he's got a ton of ring rust all over him. Marrow, yeah, okay. He's charging down a couple of kicks, but his line-out game is normally unbeatable. We've had like 3 line-outs turned over. So much potential and talent in our Premiership, that coming from a Sarries through and through. I know you're Sarries through and through, mate. Yeah, I agree. This Premiership is bigger than that one club, as they tried to prove. But apparently the England squad isn't. And whilst I agree, there are some quality names. Simmons, thank you, Joe Simmons. Yeah, I'm not saying he's as good as Farrell, but he's playing rugby, and that's got to be more important than who you are, for me anyway. Anyway, yes, tons of talent in the Premiership. The league is bigger than that one club, as it's been proven, but it's not bigger than the England squad. And I think if they want to play for England, then they need to go out on loan to clubs like Sale, Newcastle, Wasps. I can't see how they deserve their place without playing any rugby. But hey ho. Anyway, more adverts. Thank you, ITV. Oh, is tomorrow on the BBC? Please say tomorrow's on the BBC, because I don't want to watch more rugby on ITV. But we are back tomorrow, while we've got adverts and while we've got a moment to advertise some things. So we are back tomorrow for Wales Ireland. As I say, we're going to try and cover every game of the Six Nations. So do join us tomorrow. And that should be a lovely afternoon's watch, wouldn't it? He's young. Would love to see Marcus. Do you know what? Marcus Smith is a great shout. Marcus Smith is a quality talent. Have the experience on the bench as finishers. Yeah, absolutely. But we know that Eddie won't do that. Because even when Eddie brings a 10 on, he moves Farrell to 12. Farrell is guaranteed 80 minutes for England. So someone has to have a conversation with Farrell and say, look, you need to go out on loan to Quins, I don't know, Irish, wherever. But you're going out on loan if you want to spot in the England squad. I mean, don't get me wrong, he only plays like 5 games a season for Saracens anyway. But this is showing a side of the England squad that I think we're getting exposed. Anyway, what are we saying on the old... that's what I want. What are we saying in the old fantasy leagues? Is anyone doing a fantasy league? How are you getting on if you are? Guinness Six Nations Fantasy League. Defo Marcus Smith. Do you know what I mean? All day. I think Marcus Smith... I completely forgot about Marcus Smith, but yeah, he's an absolute superstar. Oh, look at you all having a chinwag together. I like that. I rate that. What are we saying? Dunstablian's naughty little fantasy. So, I mean, look at this. How often do you see Johnny May in a fantasy league score 2.3 points? England have been woeful. Farrell, 15 points. Mark Wilson, 11.9. Itoji, 9.6. Wow.
Official North Pole document. Nice list. I, Santa Claus, hereby certify that Ava has been placed on the nice list for 2020.
I'll probably get started after watching each team play during the first round. Fair enough. You must be fire at picking teams if you can afford to have a week off. But just for you, DeBig, we will fire our league into the. I'll fire you an invite. Let's fire you an invite. Yeah, I'd love a Chinese deer. Wife's just asking me if I want a Chinese. Finn, he don't look annoyed with himself at all, does he? That he's in the book. But here we go anyway. We're just referee Andrew Brace is just doing his final bits of prep, checking everybody's happy, and we are underway again. There we go. That should be the link. That should be the link to the to the fantasy league for you there. So if you do want to join us, feel free. More the merrier. Scotland pick up where they left off, didn't they? Who's playing 10 though? Who's slot? Looks like they're just going to use forwards and dart off the 9. Just check it. Thank you. What are we saying? So Scotland, yeah, they're just going to look to. England's line speed is ferocious. It is. It has been. Oh, and that is a shot. Yes, in a bit. But yes, and a knock on. England's starting to look like Italy. Yeah, line speed's been good. You can't complain about the line speed. Yeah, Hoggy's a quality player, isn't he? So Scotland scrum for the knock-on. Commentators are moaning that it's a bit quiet in the stands. Just as well catching up with my group chat. Someone's commented that the poor cameraman that had to run the length of the pitch during the national anthems. Ooh. Hint of forward from Farrell there, but referee is happy enough with it. I was just about to say, England looking to play a little bit more ball in hand, as we can't resist a kick as the kick tennis begins again. And again, 5 metres too long. Kick tennis should be its own sport, I reckon. Do you know what I mean? I got no time for it in rugby. It makes for a boring watch. And I bet prop forwards hate it. They just spend their day doing shuttles. And another Scotland penalty. Do you know what? England really haven't applied any pressure to that channel that Finn has left void. You know, a penalty will run the clock down. And then, yeah. We're going to come away from this penalty period with 3 points. It's not really good enough. Time is on, so he's saying that he's got no time, but Hoggy has gone to the corner. That's a bit of an interesting call. But I tell you what, that's one hell of a nudge. He's launched that into the corner, probably had a metre or two to play with. And Scotland 5 metres out, man down. Lost a bit of ground there, but Scotland still with it in the England 22. Please, God, no. We have wasted opportunities in this game. I am somewhat embarrassed of my prediction. 28-12. As a huge hit comes in and upturns. I'm not sure who that was. Was it Gray? In fairness to Scotland, they've played this yellow card very well. They haven't done anything in the backs. It's all been 9 snipes or forwards. Scotland have a penalty right in front of the sticks, about 12 metres out. England's discipline. Man, England's discipline. Oh, who picked Van der Merwe in their fantasy team? England are defending for their life, and another advantage, no arms tackle. Hey, this Van der Merwe, man, he's bouncing off tackles. Turnover, but the whistle goes. I tell you what, that's not a penalty. That one they're replaying of Genge, he's put both arms around. He's just upturned him with his shoulder, and his legs have slipped past his arms. That's harsh. However, the second one, you didn't need a replay to see that was no arms. Fin back on. Right in front of the posts. Credit where credit's due, though. Scotland have been amazing. That's how you chase a kick-off, though. That is how you chase a kick-off. It's Scotland kick away. There you go, Johnny May, just 2 carries all game. No, I don't want to do anything with it. The commentator's just saying that they've hardly mentioned any of the England backs. Well, that's just because we've kicked everything we've had. Every time we've touched the ball, we've had maybe 2 phases and it's gone. What was it? What was it Eddie said at the end of the Autumn Nations Cup? The team that kick the most win the most? Well, it hasn't worked here as England kick again. No, Rob, absolutely. The ball. Oh, they've just said it there on the commentary. The most England have played the ball is 7 phases. Oh, Hoggy is a special talent. Like he's lost in this Scotland team. Daly kicks us clear, gets it all the way down to the 22 as Russell finds touch, and that's monstrous. How far's that gone? Well inside the England 10. Oh, that hog run was magnificent, wasn't it? Oh, but this is what happens when you carry the ball. I mean, you say it to kids so often. But this is a prime example of carrying the ball in 2 hands. Look, 2 hands, little pop, little push of the ball, just makes the defender second guess what's happening, and then it allows him that extra half a second to get his footwork right. Glorious player. Quality, so quality. (1871) was the first Calcutta Cup match. There's an interesting little tidbit from the commentary team there. Oh, I'm telling you what, if Mark Wilson had connected with that, Paul Maitland would have been in row Z. However, he didn't, and he's made a great run, hasn't he? But Daly is there to clear. Oh, and there's the end of Mark Wilson, and we welcome onto the pitch Courtney Laws. Take the wrong player off. Yeah, I agree. Was that not a knock-on? No, advantage Scotland instead. What was it for? Interfering on the arm in the line-out. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, that's fair. Too many penalties now, isn't it? It's too many penalties. Still, 53 minutes into the game, England have 30% possession. That's a madness. England will achieve a record in this game, though. What, for anyone seeing the shots of Eddie Jones? No, we're not getting them. What's he saying? The big? What's he about? I bet he's fuming. I would be. And that one drifts wide. Oh, we are getting shots of. We are seeing some shots of Eddie now, and he's charging down the steps. He is not a happy boy. Fine contest for the ball. Cowan Dickey's getting ready. I don't think Jamie George is the problem child. I think you've got to look at Genge. I know I've said about the Saracens players, and Jamie George hasn't had a spectacular game. He's turning over a lot of line-outs as Daly boots the ball clear, and it trickles down to Hogg inside the Scotland 22. More kick tennis. Oh my God. That's a wow. Wow. Just outside these 22, and he has put it dead on the 5 metre line. Lowest this game, I believe, was 42% against All Blacks in the early 90s. Are you on the Google box? But I'm loving the stats. Is that true? 42% against the All Blacks, and we're sat at 30%. It's embarrassing. Dan Robson. Now here's a boy that can play some rugby. Wasn't it Dan Robson that had deep vein thrombosis and thought he was never going to play again? Anyway, England mauling their way away from their own 5 and charging up to the 22. You know, I said Dan Robson could play. First kick's a howler. But, oh, let that run. Let that... Whole team offside. Yeah, no, you got to respect Scotland. They've come with they've come with the right game plan, as the referee tells Farrell to get his message across that if this penalty count doesn't cease, someone else is going to the bin. Yeah. Really scary story, wasn't it, Rob? Yeah, Robson with DVT thought he'd never even run again, let alone play rugby. And yet 2 years on, here he is. This happens to England far too often now. We have one game plan. We have one option. And if it doesn't work, there is no plan B. Billy will get a red card, I reckon, before game is over. Wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, well, I mean, if he gives away a penalty in the next 3, I mean, look at that. We've got bodies all over the floor under them all. You're at risk of getting called sacking here. Inch by inch, Scotland make their way to the line. But it all comes down. And England, just in the nick of time, get the held on. Let's be fair. I mean, I haven't got Tom Curry in my team, so I can't see his Fantasy League stats. But, I mean, of all the England players, let's have a look. So I know that May was on like 2 points at half time. Let's see if we can't see my team. Yeah, Wilson on 15.9 points. Second highest scoring England player in my team, and I've got 4 of them. But, as the commentator has just said, let's not write everything off just now. We have played horrifically. We are not getting a bonus point out of this, but it's still a 1-score game. Could you imagine the scenes if we won this 13-11? And I'll apologise in advance if we do score. But scrum down on the 5 for England. It's gone sloppy, but Watson, probably his first touch of the game. Yeah, you don't want the first touch of the game to be on your own try line. Yeah, but it should have come off. We're just treading water at the minute. I want something to be positive about, but I just can't see anything. All credit to Scotland, though. All credit to Scotland. They have brought the game to England. Scotland not happy with how dry the ball is. Scotland going backwards now. Better defence from England. That's forward, surely. I've just caught a glimpse of Van der Merwe's with his hands on his head. That boy's arms are huge. They're bigger than my thighs. And I got thunder thighs. That's mad. Look at that. 104 carries for Scotland versus 30 for England. Anyway, England with a scrum on their own 10. Can we build from this? I tell you what though, bursting the seal has been no good for me. I am dying for a whiz. England with the advantage off the scrum penalty as well. And just as we start to look to use the backs, it's a poor pass. Luckily, we've got the penalty scrum. Anyway, field position for England with the line out on our 22. Let's see if Karen Dickin can do a better job with the arrows than Jamie George did. Again, a player that's not played in the Premiership, so why should his arrows be any good? Harry Williams on. Will Stewart off. Here we go. 2 stops. 62.5 minutes. Ollie Lawrence, first touch, and it's he breaks the gain line and then knocks it on. Scotland kick clear. Pressure off. Back to kick tennis. Oh. Russell, rare mistake. Out of the full. And we now got a line out in Scotland's half. Scotland ringing the changes. Sutherland off for Kebble. Fagerson off for WP Nell. And the other Fagerson off for Gary Graham. Beautiful bearded man. One of my pals has just texted and said, did Farrell not get the message not to kick everything that touches his hands? He is not wrong. Is Farrell forgot that he's a fly half and not a kicker? Well, he is a kicker. He is a kicker. I'll shut up. Why are we kicking? Why are we kicking? Look at that. We had front foot ball. Front foot ball. Front foot ball, and we just fucking waste the possession. I mean, what is that? Carry, recycle, carry. Carry, recycle, carry. How hard can it be? Man, never seen this much passion. I can get a bit leery on an England game. I'm sorry. I apologise. It's just frustrating watching the same mistakes over and over and over again. just feel like we just run out of ideas. Right, so balls into touch. It's all good. Balls into touch, and I'm going for a whiz. How are you? Right, here we go. Last 15 minutes. What are we saying? Playing like a governing body. A mess. Brings back memories of watching rugby when going to the pub wasn't a health hazard. That was the whole point of this. The big was to try and create that. Having a beer with your mates while we watch the ruggers. Oh, my word. Well, England get away with that, but we got the hanging on. Do not tap and go. I'm not going to comment on our governing body in case any one of them's watching me and decides that they're going to copyright me. But yeah, that was the quickest piss in the world. I don't mess about, mate. I get the job done. Quick swallow the hands and out. So Ben Earl on. Ben Earl on. Binny Villapola off. There goes the red card fears. And David Cherry gets his Scotland debut as well. Didn't see who came off though. Just too flat. Just too flat. Oh, got lucky there. Got lucky there. Come on. And what you have to love about Dan Robson is look how we're on the front foot now. Look at the energy he brings. He's almost other Danny Care-esque back in the day when he was decent. How is it possible that a game can be a combination of scrappy and interesting at the same time? Yeah, I know. It's not a great... I mean, if you're a purist looking for technique, this is not a great game to watch. But it is a thriller. Front row drop goals. What? Don't be saying stuff like that to me. I don't want to be seeing front row drop goals. I want to be seeing a Johnny May wonder try. Now we've got some fresh legs on there. We've got some more intent. England have got a lot more intent about their game. We're getting some front foot ball now, and we're moving the ball. We're using it. 11 phases. This is why have we kicked it? Why? I was just about to say 11 phases, and then we put that poo kick in. Another poo kick. Anyway, looks like... Is George Ford coming on? Look at that. In just... Oh yeah, George Ford on. Who's coming off then? Poor Ollie Lawrence. Touched the ball once. You got to feel for Ollie Lawrence. 3 meters made, 1 carry from your number 12. Oh, have a look. Was that beyond the vertical? Beyond the horizontal even? Another kick. Another kick. What is happening with all this kick? I don't know if... Oh, I'm buffering. Come on, England. Totally isolated. They're going for the kick. Are they going for the kick? Oh. To be fair to them, if you're Scotland, yeah, this is the right decision. You're going to take 90 seconds out of the game, at the very least. Beno Obano. Well, Stuart Hogg's famous for important game moment fails. Let's hope this is another one of them. It is. Eight minutes left on the clock. As Hogg fires one back. But straight down the throat of Daly. We are back to kick tennis. Oh, little juggle by Watson, but it's safe. What are we saying? Can it be done? Can England pull this off? 7 minutes to go. A converted try required. What are we saying? The mighty Jamaican Crocs are tied with the English and their rows in the Six Nations. I'm guessing Nate's referring to Bono's. Nice little but there's no pressure on it. But I tell you what, I don't want him down my channel, but fair play whoever took his tackle from Urbano, because there was some intent there. Well, Johnny May. I mean, what are the laws on picking a player up? I didn't think it was allowed. I mean, yes, they didn't take him beyond the horizontal. So Anthony Watson off as well, and Max Malin's on. And you would fancy that this scrum is going to go down a couple of times before it gets set. Shock, it goes down. Scotland calling, this is a great scrum. Referee says no, it's not a great scrum because you're both on the floor. True words, never was spoken. I do love some referee chip, I'm not gonna lie. Free kick Scotland. More seconds tick away. May's had an absolute howler. So, 3 minutes to go. Scotland scrum on our own. George Ford, like, the boy can't tackle. He just stood there and waited for the guy to run into him and just bounce off him. And now we're just going to have 2.5 minutes of Scotland, quite rightly. Will Scotland set for the droppy? They better not. They better not. They're just gonna pick and go, aren't they? Yeah. I tell you what would be really fitting for this game is England give away a pen. Right in front of the sticks. $90 to go. Even as a Scotland supporter, it's not fun watching England like this. We've been... No, it's not fun watching England like this, but we've deserved this. We have been dreadful. And my comments at the start of the game... What are they doing? What are they doing? Who's got the ball? Scotland. What are they doing? What am I watching? I can't remember watching an England game that was so poor. Well, the game hasn't been poor. Scotland have been fire. England have been poor. And England, let's be quite frank, haven't been... I've had a number of poor games in recent years that we've got away with. Most notably, our last outing against France, where we were shocking, but we got away with it because we won. There is no hiding now. The clock is in the red. Why? Oh, in the sense of England's play. Yeah, no, absolutely agree. England's play has been horrendous. But as I say, we've gotten away with it because of the result. And unless we do something special right now, then... Oh, come on, he's off his feet. Now we've got to play ball in hand. Although Rob's just put congrats Scotland, so I'm guessing that they've won it. Just this... There's no options. They did it. They did it. Well, fair play Scotland. Hats off, Scotland were phenomenal. Scotland, in fairness to them, have started most of their games in 2020 on point and looked hot, but fell apart 50, 60 minutes in. They did not today. And yeah, as the wife walks in and whispers, "Oh dear," in my ear. Yeah. I'm going to go and cry into my Chinese. Cheers, Sticky. Enjoy your Chinese. Yeah, always next week. Always next week. There is always next week. And we'll bounce back from this. We'll bounce back from this. Anyway, that's the game. Join us tomorrow. Rob's switching over to watch West Ham. Join us tomorrow. Wales, Ireland. Hopefully we will have a bit more of a better stream for you tomorrow. But thank you to all three of you for sticking around with me for the last 4 hours. Have a great Saturday, everybody. We'll see you next time.